was wondering why you weren't responding. I did realize that I keep forgetting that I have the independent mute. So even though the light is all nice and bright and lit up saying that the mic is active, if the mute is on, that is not exactly the truth.
I can see where that might be a problem.
Just a little bit. But hey, how's it going? Hey, what's up? Oh, okay. Maybe stepped away. No, my dumbass is the one with the mute on.
I was tabbed out until you just came back on, and I didn't even hear you were there. So apparently we got a big turnout tonight.
We do.
I know that Noble is coming. She's doing some homework. So
that's always a worthwhile aspect. What's going on, Max?
What's going on?
Not much. So for the record, what the players that we will be missing are going to be Cassandra, and then Aaron, for sure. Unless, of course, he changes his mind. He has an early morning tomorrow. Remember, he's still doing both jobs. And then
that big sissy.
And then Millie is at the Colossal Con. So they said they might take their laptop, and they take their laptop, they're going to try to make sure that all of the fun, wholesome group events would be done sometime during play. So they're a definite, possibly, potentially, maybe, but I'm going to lean towards them not being able to make it because I don't know if you remember my convention days, they were kind of all day affair because afterwards you're too tired to do much of anything else. So it will be a smaller, more intimate affair, which is, more or less right up this stereotypical tropey Toreador's alley. Swaying the masses one heart at a time, or some other throbbing appendage.
You use what you have.
That saying, that sentiment is valid and yet so not. Remember the time I had to stop, I had to quit because my boss was sexually abusing me during lunch break.
Oh, yeah.
It happens from time to time. It does. And that's the last time I'll ever be self-employed ever again. It was just too much. So yeah, hey Amalia, how we doing?
Oh, doing fabulous.
Yes. There is always the hope of that. Unfortunately, I fall somewhere exponentially leagues away from there usually. That's one of the good things about getting old. It doesn't really apply as much. You're not quite so concerned. Comb my hair? Why? It's just people gonna see me.
I had the fun and joy of getting 3 vaccines today.
Oh, you did that. I'm sorry.
Did that. And then I went to class.
And that makes it all the better. I mean, it's nothing like dealing with people while various chemical reactions are happening inside your body. That's always a good thing. Always a good thing. That worked out so well for Dr. Jekyll.
I mean, there are worse things, I guess.
There are.
At least he understood how to set boundaries. Were they healthy boundaries? No. But he understood how to set them.
Oh yeah, that's the important first step, and for him sometimes the last step. Funny thing about Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, my first non-school, non-church, non-social function pertaining to or about or from or derivative thereof my parents was David Hasselhoff. What was his name? Michael Hasselhoff. I forget. Anyway, the guy from Knight Rider and the Beach Show. He was doing a stage production of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde with PBS, and couldn't even tell you my exact age, but I was somewhere in the neighborhood of just too young to fully grasp it and just too old to be willing to sit down in front of TV with specifically PBS. But there he was, Michael Knight, singing, and I had to see it. I had to see it through, and it was mind-alteringly interesting because there was no reason for Hasselhoff, Michael Knight, to be that good and that bad all at once. It was a before and after moment for me. But that's just my foray with musical theater. So I was informing Charlie and Max that we will be sans a few members due other obligations and responsibilities. I'm not quite sure where Kai is. I have not spoken with him since last week, which is a fairly rare occurrence. But yeah, I haven't touched base with him at all. So I'll drop him a quick missive, and then if there aren't any questions, suggestions, hypotheses, or corners we'd like to round off, we can dive right in. Taking it that everyone remembers where we were, at least did a quick check-in with the recorded episode and caught up where they last were.
I did not have time, actually, so the Reader's Digest version, I'm sure I'll remember.
All right, sounds like a plan. Reader's Digest is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful company. It was my first subscription, actually. And did you know that saying Cliff Notes is de rigueur? They're no longer Cliff Notes. It's Spark Notes. Or maybe it's just me that's that old.
Oh no!
I remember Cliff's Notes.
So, silence is being something that we are all on a similar page. We all remember where last we left these characters, where we last left this portion of the Milwaukee Coterie. And as we are comfortably, fashionably past our hard start, I'd like to offer my undying, immortal thanks for all of the play that we get up to as adults and as children, as people, as living organisms. Play is a fundamental aspect. It is a thing that helps us be ourselves. It serves a similar purpose to sleep. We learn and adapt, and we do safely experience or recollect things that have happened. Helps us be better versions of ourselves during the banal, real-world aspects of our lives. And because of all of the play that you all have helped me involve myself with, witness, and explore, all of my thanks. It always means a lot. Every opportunity to play, and all of the energy outpoured by you all, and all of the efforts and the brilliance in bringing these characters to dreaded life. Thank you, thank you, and thank you. And before I get more choked up and more caught up in the moment of truly understanding what it is that we do in this lovely hobby of ours, I'd like to say that this is officially, without a shadow of a doubt, The Brew. This is Season 1. Welcome to Cream City. And today's episode is Simul Omnia Pereunt. When last we left our coterie, when we last left our kindred, they were embroiled in a situation gone wrong. Kai had intervened with what he perceived as poachers on their territory. He intervened to stop what he saw as something bad happening. And unlike most, if he sees something, he tends to do something about being passionately involved in wherever, whenever he is, holding true to his own sense of morality, up to and including dread violence upon those who transgress. Coming upon Kai mid hallway fight scene in the wide open back alleys of Milwaukee were Charlie, Amalia, and Max. Max lending a hand, or in actual case, the fullness of his torso, his long, sinewy length, used as a javelin against one of the bad persons attempting to do something horrible, being interdicted by Kai. Amalia scrying from around the corner, watching things unfold, and Charlie happening upon the scene as the gunshot has gone off. Cassandra barely missed, or as they would say within the FAA, it was one of those far too often occurrences of a near miss. The oxymoron therein very apropos, because as the bullet flies past her, it loses velocity as it does, traveling further down the alley, but it does make contact with several other things, which will be discovered later. The two would-be waylayers being manhandled by Kai and Max. The police officer, gun drawn, gunshot already executed, the center of attention, and a hair's breadth behind them, the car the would-be jackers were going to escape in, and who has now the driver behind which and the person in the passenger seat in the rear began reversing away from the scene. Things have gotten hot, things have gotten heavy. It's best to make oneself scarce. And with all of those many straws falling upon the camel's back at once, we dive into our scene. Another cool night in Milwaukee, a place where the cost of life is too much for some and never valued enough by most. A place where dark things happen and only are considered an inconvenience if they stop the flow of traffic. They are only considered an inconvenience if they shut the bar down. They are only considered an inconvenience if the right hand knows what the left hand is doing. And so, tonight, we will start alphabetically. Amalia, having watched all of this unfold, watching as Max collects himself from the ground, dusting himself off absent-mindedly, force of habit after all, clothes are to be worn, not to be sullied, and seeing the moment unfold, knowing what you've learned and know of the Capitol Hill facility as a whole, what is it that you are attempting to do?
Just to be clear, all of the opponents are down or have scattered.
The Impala is backing up down the alley. You're not sure why that was there, but there is another car backing away from the scene. The police officer is engaged with the attacker, the assaulter that Max knocked off course, causing him to, unfortunately, fire before he was quite ready, causing him to nearly hit Cassandra on the opposite side behind Kai. The other side of the building, moving into the area, is Charlie. Her model-esque height, her blonde hair pulled back, her hoodie up. It is clear who she is. You've known Charlie long enough and known of Charlie long enough to know who she is. Cassandra, also a clearly not made for this area personage. And then rounding out the cast of those who probably should not be freely associating on the street in this area with their obvious signs of wealth and stability about them is Max.
Alright, well then she will round the corner and just walk nonchalantly to the group of people she knows. Oh, looks like that was a scuffle.
Max, extruding yourself up and off the ground, dusting off your clothing as Amalia makes herself present. And Charlie, seeing the chaos of the would-be meeting gone awry because of the hands of kindred, what is it that you two are attempting to do in the scene as Kai makes short work of the initial person he grabbed and shorter work of the second? While Cassandra's on scene like the dread siren or the banshee, waylaying all, letting them know that death is afoot. Much like the real Cassandra, who saw the future, the portents of ill.
So what's going on with the police now? They're still there? We're fighting them?
Yes, he is. And he is gathering himself as Kai makes short work of his would-be jackers, the people he was supposed to meet to finalize whatever deal was afoot.
She is just going to stop and be like, hey, what's going on here? Directing that to the other kindred. That's the, that makes more sense.
I honestly don't know, but maybe we should all find somewhere else to be just before the police come in. More police who are not engaged in this. So maybe we can compare notes.
And as you all calmly speak amongst yourself as Kai makes short work of the two would-be jackers, the lieutenant is gun bare in hand at a loss for words. He knows he needs to take control of the scene as per SOP, yet doing so places him at even more of a risk. And the confusion is clear on his face. You can clearly see him sizing up the people who are present and how much can he honestly get away with? How much can he bend the situation more in line so that everything is smooth and squared away? In short, what's the quickest path between two lines? Is it easier to have to deal with the dropped bodies? Is it easier to slap cases? Is it easier? What's the easiest way forward? And that is what he is working on mentally. It's clearly there in his face and his body and in his posture.
Oh, sweetie, it'd be all right. It looked like we helped you out here. How about we just walk off and you got all these perps here and nobody needs to be any the wiser. You be the hero cop, right? She will punctuate that with a bat of her lashes.
Look, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but all of you all get down on your fucking knees, especially you, tough guy. Get the fuck down.
Officer, can I talk to you for a brief second, please?
You can say whatever the fuck you need to say on your fucking knees.
And say it with my hands completely up, looking as harmless as possibly can, trying to make eye contact with them. Once I do, I use entrancement.
Tense situation. Catching eye contact was not necessarily that easy, but it's not something that's completely beyond the pale. So instead of automatically working, go ahead and roll your entrancement roll, but as long as you get 2 successes, it is automatic, okay?
Okay. So 2 successes is my goal.
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second while I get my dice pool together.
Charlie will actively use Sense the Beast to try to read how aggressive this cop's feeling, but also to make sure that somebody isn't about to do something stupid.
Someone has already done something stupid. It's good that you mentioned it, because while you did arrive a little late into the happenstance, a little late into Kai making short work of the would-be jackers, would you be so kind as to roll your intelligence plus... No, that's a note. It's you being aware of the details. So let's roll your wits plus either awareness, insight, brawl, whichever other skill you'd like to tack onto your wits for this, because there's something that took place that no one's actively addressing openly.
Well, subterfuge would be my best die pool, but I'm not sure that's applicable. So we'll just go with
He's not
awareness.
specifically hiding it, but yeah, go ahead. Let's make that happen.
Charisma and presence.
Yes, don't forget your rouse roll.
Definitely. So am I doing my rouse roll with the charisma and presence?
It wouldn't show up properly. Your rouse roll is to initiate the ability, and then you roll how successful the ability is.
Gotcha, so I'll make 2 rolls then.
Using Eyes of the
I'm
Beast.
looking for presence, I'm not finding.
Presence is the number of pips and your powers. Look down near your disciplines. Charlie, there are several things that you've learned in your years of death. Several things that are commonalities throughout. You don't insult Ventru's business acumen. You don't challenge a toreador to a dance battle. You don't burn a book in front of a toreador. And you don't feed in front of mortals. Are just some of the few many things that stay prescient on her mind. Kai's definition of short work needs work. Because while in a rush, in a all-out just blitzkrieg attack against mortals, the kiss has power. The kiss is a remarkably magical thing. It fugues the mind, it fuzzies the corners of consciousness, and it gives you and this is the part that makes the kiss such a squicky thing for some, because immortals and in kindred who have high enough factors of living, high enough senses of being alive and having that weight of the living upon them, there are occasional spontaneous releases. So the only memory that the mortals victims of the kiss have are stains in their clothing. The only remembrances of the kiss that most mortals have is the highest, most pleasurable moment of their life in the midst of something horribly scarring, probably in the middle of a robbery, a home invasion, a car crash. You've even seen some kindred feed by offering prayers with their victims, crouching and kneeling and crouching and hugging and offering support and succor and stealing their life force, taking a small, shallow kiss, enough to imbue the moment where they receive the support and love of the church with all sorts of confusing, conflicting feelings of pleasure. An orgiastic moment that leaves the mind gray. But in all of those moments of secret feedings, the one thing that it remains clear is the secret nature of it. Clean up behind yourself, don't leave witnesses. And you look at Kai, standing there, satiated, fed, and his victims. And then you notice the cop. And you hear Max speaking to him. The battle of wills is more of a game of pity pat because the gun wavers, the fingers constrict, and you are sure that the unconscious mind of the officer is falling back to standard operating procedures. Anything within 21 feet is a risk to their life. It is a death sentence for them unless, of course, they act with swift and full violent force. But he freezes, and his mouth goes slack, his mustache quivering with the stress of the absence of things.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Which one of you dumb fucks did this?
I had to pause him because unfortunately he's all Kai feet, so we gotta figure out what to do with the situation.
Well, it's pretty fucked up. We can't just go around breaking the secret. I mean, one of us is clearly a liability.
So how, now that he's frozen, how do you guys want to cover this? Maybe we can get him to go home and go to sleep if anyone can maybe cloud his mind?
I'm gonna say someone can do the whammy on him, make him forget maybe.
Yeah, exactly. We need to get him to forget, and we need to get somewhere now.
Kai is coming back to himself. The moment of passion, the moment of peak, having glossed over him and passed through him. Cassandra is easing forward. It's clear that she has no intentions of remaining in this area. She was being led by whatever was on her mind or dancing behind her eyes, and she I can't talk about this now. I don't know what's going on, and I just know that bad things are happening, and I will contact you all soon. Kai looks between you all, a shrug. Look, I stopped them from hurting him. The rest of that is on you all. It's brusque, it's short, it's to the point, and it leaves you three holding the bag.
All right, well then run off, pup. I'll make sure my sire knows what you did.
Yeah, save everyone's bacon from this. If this went wrong, it'd be worse, he calls from a distance as he does the Judd Nelson wave over his shoulder as he rounds the corner. It wasn't that cool back in the 80s. Sorry.
That guy's gonna get us all killed.
I'm gonna have to agree with you with that. This is a breach of the masquerade, but we kind of need to get this solved before someone comes up.
Seconds are turning into minutes.
So, is there anyone that can deal with that? And she will gesture over her shoulder at the police officer. Beyond just that.
Exactly. Anyone has the ability to do something about this.
I mean, I ain't got no whammy, but I could, I don't know, I could charm him, but he's gonna remember everything. I just have to convince him to not say nothing.
If you can, that'll work.
His jaw begins retensing.
Look, officer, I don't know what's going on here. We just walked into this. A witness seems, yeah. You want to explain to me why we're being detained?
I need to figure this out. What did you all see? Let's start there. As he slowly begins to regain control of himself. There hasn't been anything that kept holding his focus, and now he's coming back to himself as if he is waking up from a daydream without ever having closed his eyes, as if he's waking up from a nightmare and realizing that it's worse, this side of it, because there are two shallowly breathing persons in, without a shadow of a doubt, it is bargain basement hitman attire. Dark hoodies, gloves that have been painted black, but they are clearly cleaning gloves that you can pick up in any Home Depot, Menards, Handy Andes. They're the sort of gloves that most people use just to clean their toilet, but they've been painted black so that you can't remember the bright yellow and orange. They're wearing dark Dickies, not even the jeans that is the normal attire for most individuals these days, and their boots are knockoff Timberlands, also painted a deep dark black. It is the perfect overly dramatic assassin's outfit on a budget. They're broken and beaten and bleeding from places that normally you wouldn't be bleeding from in an attack such as this, being slammed against the car and the concrete and then each other. The police car.
They're mortals.
Yes.
Well, I ain't rightly sure what all happened either, but it looked like, from what little bit I saw, that one of them guys that hangs out down at that nightclub, you know, the one with all the kids out front with the black makeup on, it looked like one of them guys here was living out his power fantasy and got in the scuffle. Beyond that, I don't know what happened.
Look, I'm gonna need a witness statement. We're gonna have to figure this out. Where did the other two go?
The other two, I mean, the perp ran off. I don't know where he went. You had a bit of a moment there.
Instead of leaning down and reaching into his car, he actually holsters his gun and sits back into his car, picking up the radio inside and begins calling off using all sorts of 1030s and what have you. It is clear that this is going to be a full-on crime scene at this point. Instead of something secretive and back alley, it is now gone effectively ballistic. As he's inside the car, what is it that you all are doing?
As interesting as this is, that I did find something more interesting near home. Maybe we can investigate that a little bit.
I'm gonna have to agree with you. I think that would be a good option.
You might want less fancy. And she'll nod and turn and walk off.
Sweetie, if you can give me your card, I'll be happy to come in and make a statement later, but I got somewhere I got to be right now. I didn't see much anyway. I told you what I saw.
No, I need you guys. Hold. Yeah, just send everybody. And he steps out of the car, fumbling for his words. I need everybody's contact information.
Sure, definitely. I give him fake name, fake number, disappear.
Seems like that's going to be the MO for everyone at this point.
Yeah.
Seems like a good idea. I roll with that.
Alright, so who's gonna roll for your group? Because yes, it will be just a mechanical roll. No stories given. So, which of the three of you will be doing the roll? The nice manipulation roll.
I'm not very manipulative, but I do have a pretty high subterfuge. I am kind of likable, though.
Yeah, beautiful gangrels always get that, unfortunately. So we're taking it that you all are going to have Charlie roll for the gathered subterfuge.
I was barely able to entrance him, so yeah, I'm gonna give that to Charlie.
All right, that being the case,
My goal would be 2, or 4. You know, she also has an obvious predator thing going on, so probably not a good idea.
you can always scare him into it. You can intimidate him. Yeah, I only got 6 numbers on my phone, son of a bitch.
It's a little game. You have to guess the last one.
Right.
Would
You
it be
only have like
possible for me to use my dots in beautiful to lower my difficulty? Maybe?
Wouldn't exactly lower the difficulty in this case. It would add to the pool available to you.
Okay, so that gives me 8 dice. What do you got, Charlie?
If I can roll Charisma Subterfuge, that'll give me 7.
All right, so
I give it to you, Charlie. You get us out of here.
So as you all flustered him, as the chaos of the situation has him off of his mark, especially being as he himself is working an angle, Charlie, using your oh so charming persona, using your beautiful merit, as well as the 2 additional die from both Amalia and Max going along with the story and adding their own little pinches of seasoning to that story and those numbers being given along with the fake names and such. Would you be so kind as to make that roll? And I will roll counter it as long as it's not too high, because if you get over 4, there's no way that he would be able to compete and it would be considered an automatic win.
I sure am likable.
We're going to stick with you, Charlie, when we come to rolling stuff, because that's a much better roll than I did.
Well now, in the grand scheme of things, there are several ways to lie. It is still a lie, no matter which way you slice it. But a lot of people try to lie through omission. I just won't say things, or lie with a purposeful misreading of the facts. Well, you know, saying the sky is purple is not technically untrue, considering that the light spectrum, but we can't see it, so it's still a fucking lie. Charlie manages to lie purposefully, incidentally, and charmingly enough to fluster the officer, to have him believe because he wants to believe, and and knowing that 10 times out of 10 that number is as fake as a $3 bill. 10 times out of 10 he will never see them again, which works for him as well, because there's no one to counteract whatever story he puts out there. In the grand scheme of lies, lying with the truthful intention of providing a contact, whether it's yours or someone else's, wins the night. And you all slink off into the dark as he begins mustering assistance, as he begins bringing MPD out by the droves. You can hear the cars racing in your direction now. Not that you can actually hear them, but you can feel the walls of the city closing in, because there's nothing making an area more inhospitable than car upon ambulance upon mobile tactical unit and various other hooplas, including the press corps, those few who listen to their police scanners on their iPhones and come biking into the area, and the looky-loos who are following the police, because if you know where the police are, you know where the crime isn't. It's a circus. A 17-ring 4-story circus heading into the area. And as you all slink away, where is it that you all are intending to head?
Oh, Amalia is going back to the building and its basements to show her friends the fun that she has found.
I see. So you guys are heading back into the underground, back into the dark. Now,
well, Amalia is. I don't know if they're following her.
Max is definitely going to do it, even though he mumbles under his breath periodically, and she can tell that those are complaints that about being dusty and dirty and just unsanitary, and thinking what a great coat of paint could do for this area.
Well, Charlie will. Go ahead.
No, go on.
Charlie will relate that while skulking around an empty, dusty basement sounds all fine and dandy, after the night she's had, she would like to go find a drink, maybe.
Well, you see, it's more than just a basement. There's some pretty interesting things down here. And some things that might be dangerous.
Well, that sounds like more of a reason to go get a drink.
As you all talk and discuss, as you are covering quickly and purposefully, covering the roughly 532 feet from where all hell broke loose to fully within the Capitol Hill domain. The back door to Taco Bell, which isn't really technically just the back door to Taco Bell because it leads down into the basement, which there shouldn't be one with a Taco Bell. There's always something that seemed very, very wrong about that. But through that basement, you are able to access the actual Capitol Hill structure. And there's over 7 million feet of space, 7 million square feet to be exact, of layer upon layer of forgotten. It was originally designed as a fallback facility so that the municipal powers that be could survive a nuclear war. And like most things where the public funds were put towards a private issue, it was kept off the books. And like most cities, everywhere, it was built upon the bones of the dead. Unlike most structures, as you make it free of the more kindred public area, the market that was there, the remnants of the stalls and the places where there were various wares, items, and unfortunately, as you found out, people for sale. You enter into the facility itself. The facility is built upon homes that long had been buried over, long had been forgotten. They form a maze of passageways as you enter further down and into the space. The thing here, and the thing to keep in mind when being an urban explorer, is that not everyone is. But everyone be so kind as to go ahead and roll your dexterity plus survival DC 2. Because as you go further into the space, further into the dark, the steps and pathways become a little more treacherous because these spaces have been built atop of, causing them to settle. Some steps are slicker than others, some are more inclined. And as you go further into this maze of forgotten, it becomes more dangerous to continue moving forward.
What about those of us who have eyes of the beast?
Oh, that's great. You can see the pitfalls as they're happening and see just how badly disused this space was. You are able to see the markings that several individuals left to mark their path. There's 2 slashes there, and it happens every 14.5 feet. There's 3 slashes just above it, closer to what appears to be the ceiling of whatever area you're in. It's about 12 feet tall, actually closer to 13.5 feet tall. And there are 3 slashes there. Then there's the fact that the cobblestones and brickwork and the foundational aspects of each layer that you are on seem to have been sunken due to massive weight, as if someone rolled through here in a oversized pickup, a jacked and raised truck, but that's impossible. While there are certain spaces where it could fit, for the most part, where you are travailing and making your way through, it's too small for such things. But you're talking easily 700, 800, maybe 1,000 pounds moving through this space repeatedly, causing the stoneworks to fall in on themselves.
What was the die roll, and do I need to make it since I can see?
It's dexterity and survival, and nah, you don't need to. You can actually, your eyes are magnifying the ambient light that is still present, which only adds to the fact, because there shouldn't be anything able to reflect enough light down here. Yet there is a seemingly very light bioluminescence eking from the stones. That moisture seeping through the brickwork and the pathways is in fact enough to cause your gleaming red eyes to shine bright and pick up all the details around you. As you go layer, level, and more, deeper and deeper, you realize that this was built atop of homes. This was built atop an actual village. This was built atop some living space. And while Milwaukee is no Chicago in regards to how greedy and voracious they were in their expansion, it still very much was a city built from absorbing smaller towns and villages into itself. It very much is a city built from absorbing enclaves and pockets into the fabric of the whole. And this is one of them.
So, Mal, what the hell is this?
Well, as far as I can tell, this is a city under the city. That house right there, I kind of moved into that one. Feel free to pick one. But yeah, this is kind of cool. There's also, if we go further down, well, how familiar are you with folklore?
You mean like Sasquatch and all that?
Yeah, like that.
I mean, I know about Sasquatch.
What about the kindly folk?
She will just kind of give you a blank look with her scary red eyes. And then that's the point that she'll remember that she actually does have a mag light. So she will hand one of you with her little mini mag light so that you can see too. Because apparently she forgot she had it till now.
As though Mal wouldn't have one of her own, but she's probably just been down here far enough that it's just like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Whoever has the mag light, Max moves closer to that person because he can't see a thing. It's natural grace keeping him from falling on his ass.
Well, there's some like circles down here that sort of remind me of like the mushroom circles. But that's beside the point. The more to the point
Is that like one of them drum circles?
Is that mushrooms?
No.
I'm thinking maybe magic mushrooms.
That's what I was thinking. Don't they take them in them drum circles, right?
Entirely different brands of cryptid. But anyway, more to the point, the circles are kind of like magic amplifiers, maybe? I have to investigate more. This is not my area of expertise. But more to the point, the problem is, do you feel the moisture in the air?
I mean, we're underground.
No. Can't say I do, actually. I think it's kind of here.
So, the way there's like a downward slope, we've got the lake right over there. And, well, water tended to be the first mirror reflective surface. And what likes to travel through reflective surfaces?
Candyman.
And Bloody Mary.
Yeah, her too.
I just like the direction that those movies went. I think they should have had a better director. Definitely a better director.
And it should be obvious at this point that Charlie has an occult of 0.
So does Max.
Well, again, I'm no expert on this particular species, but we do have wolf problems around here, and legends say that they can, materialize from a reflective surface. So we may have a breach point here.
So y'all saying we're in a werewolf city?
No, not a werewolf city. Just potentially easily breached. But if we do more exploring, sure. But if we do more exploring, there's also potential to find other exit points to other parts of the little area here in the Capitol Hill area that we could use.
What's the potential of me getting dirtier than this?
I told you might not want fancy.
It's probably pretty good, sugar.
And pausing
Even
at that
better.
thought, looking down at Max's shoes. And not to say that these are extraordinarily well made. They were just handmade. They are literally a week's salary on his feet. And as you trail up from his shoes to his pants, including his shirt, undershirt, and all of his under attire, you're broaching basically a month's salary. And let's not talk about the jacket, which is half that again over, meaning that you're in the 2-month range, 1 month and a half. And then there's the handcrafted leather bag to which he still has his art supplies, pads, notes, pens, and all of those sorts of accoutrements, which is roughly equal to the entire ensemble.
Maybe we all ought to come back and wear a little better dress, a little better arms for the situation. Everybody bring a flashlight.
Speaking of armed, where might I get one? Because it seems like we're going to be doing this a lot.
What kind of armor are you talking about? You have 2 already.
Look over at Charlie and the thing that's hanging off of her hip.
He means a gun, Shug.
There are lots of places to get them. Do you want legal or illegal?
I don't think we can actually do a background check for a gun.
Not a handgun, but you can walk right into the Walmart and get you a shotgun.
Oh, really? I haven't been in a Walmart. Where are they?
Don't you have people for that?
I have people who know people who know people, but if they knew I was looking for a handgun, they would look at me strange.
Maybe we should find one of these buildings to set up a shooting range.
I think so.
And you will start walking off because she has had an idea and now she has to go figure it out. Because you'll get used to it. She will do this a lot.
Max looks for whatever house that has the nicest architecture and starts wandering towards that one.
Charlie was standing there and continued to ponder where she might get him a gun.
Excellent. So, that being the case, Charlie, would you be so kind as to... Well, you're just pondering how to do it. So, would you be so kind as to go ahead and roll your intelligence plus contacts, and Max, would you be so kind as to roll your wits plus either insight or academics, and Malia, your idea. You're walking off from the other two towards what goal?
To find a building that looks like it may have been a gymnasium or some kind of boxy building that they can set up a little shooting range.
All right, that means your roll is the exact same as Max's intelligence plus either academics or insight.
Oh, the dice are hilarious.
Yeah, about that.
As if one wasn't bad enough, we've got a combo meal.
You know, it's amazing with as many people as you know, how many of them do their best to seem as legally above board as possible.
No, I just broke your streak, so...
All of the many faces that pop through your mind, all of the many loose connections, as you know that they do some dirt, but maybe, but no, then possibly, but yeah, and then the feeling of spiders crawling up your pants leg. Then the fact that you are an eighth of a mile below the surface, and the air, in fact, is quite moist. There is no real circulation, or at least there shouldn't be, but the light breeze that has been at the back of your neck, causing the hairs on the nape to stand on end, has gotten to the point where it is annoying. And what did Amalia say? Did she say lupine or did she say werewolves? One means one thing and one means the other. Werewolves, of course, Hollywood spectacle. Nothing really weird about them, but you've heard, Kindred, and you've dealt with the fact that there are, in fact, lupines rampant throughout the city. They've made several forays and attacks.
She didn't say either specifically, she just said wolves.
Charlie was the one that said werewolf.
Mm-hmm. So therein lies the inherent of where you are. And in the process of analyzing those myriad details, moving them into a cohesive whole, your beast, your lovely dark impulses, all of the intrusive thoughts that assail you on a nightly basis, chooses that moment when your guard slips. It doesn't drop. You didn't put your hands down. It was just a quick slip. They moved out of position and it pounced. It hits you with the haymaker of haymakers. You all have literally been on the job less than a week. You already have a masquerade breach. You already had a gang war with the cops brewing. You already are now sitting at the nexus of potential lupine attacks. If the other newbie, if the prince finds out that you all are keeping this from him, that is literally your lives, your existences. There's nothing you could do to defend yourself from realizing that this place may be the epicenter of all of the attacks that have kept the city a militarized zone for the last nearly 100 years. And it's too much. It is too much. Would you be so kind as to roll 1d10 for me, please? And while that roll is happening, Max, there are certain things that just make sense. There are the clean lines of the brutalistic style. There's the fantastical aspects of pointillism. There's the fact that while a picture is worth 1,000 words, that a well-done painting is worth someone's life. It takes a while fumbling in the dark, using what little light that you have from the mag light. It takes a few moments of considering whether making that step is worth it, because if you slip, then you will sully your pants even more, and you find yourself in a relatively well-preserved pseudo-Edwardian. There's 2 stories accessible from the main door, from the main floor, the floor below and the floor above, not counting the attic space. It is solid brickwork. The insulation's still holding up with even in all of this damp and moisture. If not for your inability to see, just taking in the scent of it causes that series of lights that happens when you find yourself staring at beauty to begin to possess you. Your brain is on fire, and it takes 7 or so minutes of you standing still to realize that you are standing still in the foyer of what could in fact be greatness. A coat of paint, a little light, a piece there, some window treatments, maybe redo the floor, and this is literally everything that most McMansions aspire to be. This is what most ideas of wealth, the egregious signs of the nouveau riche, aspire to be. And unless, of course, you spend a willpower to shorten the time by half, you will be here for easily another 20-25 minutes, lost in the combined pressures of your beast and the curses of your blood. While
I lose myself in it. I lose myself in that moment.
Sounds like a plan. While that's not the case for Charlie, beauty holds no sway over her heart. The romanticized ideals hold no sway in regards to much for Charlie. If it doesn't make sense, if it doesn't work, there's no point to it. While beauty serves a purpose, if it's beyond that, there's no reason to give it anything. There's no reason to give it any energy. What does have value and what needs to be given energy is the prince at the behest, countering what was happening in the powers that be, the newbie, the judges, and the prince, gave you all this territory, and it was clear that it was a setup. It is clear that there are other forces working against you, and it is very clear until you can find a way mentally to settle this within yourself, to find a way out of this, to find who may be, who definitively is lurking here in the dark, that You know that every shadow is filled with someone watching. You know that every drip that you hear and those that you don't is someone drawing close. You know that this place is, in fact, very much designed to lay you all low, to put you on everyone's shit list so they don't feel bad about ending your existence. But Charlie's a survivor. Charlie has every intention of outliving anything else and everything else. So figuring out the why is the easy part, but figuring out the who is another. One member of whoever is in your group has an enemy strong enough, petty enough to set you all up to be potentially put to death.
I feel like... Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Long story short, you are possessed with a suspicion. A paranoid, suspicious, near delusion.
I feel like despite Charlie being a big old bad vampire, she needs her daddy at this moment. So she's going to call out to everyone that... Go get that drink now. Y'all ought to come along. It's not safe down here. She's gonna start looking for the exit with her head on a swivel and her hand on her gun.
And while that's happening, and as Charlie begins calling out, Miriam, the fact that the city of Milwaukee was willing to
Amalia.
Sorry, Amalia. I'm sorry. I said Miriam, didn't I? So, the evil that men do is something that is perpetuated consistently and constantly. It is sad because at base, most individuals are selfish. Most individuals are only care about what either fills their stomach or wets their ass. The city of Milwaukee has been no different than any other municipality. It is just as selfish as the evil that men do. They were willing to erase this place from the very pages of history. They were willing to spend, during that time, millions of dollars to outfit it in a way that it would survive a all but direct nuclear attack. And just like all selfish individuals, they make sure that it had as many pleasures as they could possibly think they might want, including a full-fledged, state-of-the-art athletics facility for its time. Finding it is more difficult than it should have been. They hid even this simple way to maintain longevity amongst the peoples that would be sequestered here. They even hid it. From the outside, the place is just a low-slung ranch-style home. It's a little longer and a little wider than the average, but it is at base just a low-slung ranch-style home. You're not sure why you look into it, because unlike the other buildings around it, it is relatively plain. It is relatively unassuming, and like everything else, it is made of brick, but it is relatively unassuming. It looks almost antithetical to what lay inside. And what lay inside was a, for its time, circa 1940, state-of-the-art athletics building. The stairwell, once you enter in, leads to the wide open actual central floor, filled with bits of this and that, and machines that are in fact still closer to torture devices than actual workout equipment.
She uses her flashlight too. I take it the interior. She will smile because this is basically everything she was hoping for, and extras. little kitty. Yay! And she will skip off inside like a little girl to investigate further.
There's an aphorism in an old chestnut that's tossed out constantly. Be careful what you wish for, you just might get it. And Charlie, calling out, her voice echoing off the stone, barely reaches your ears. Charlie's voice, echoing out in the dark, somehow melds with the quietude of this lovely home for Max. And Charlie, vaguely recollecting the many steps back, up, through, under, and around to get out, hand on their firearm, is the first to hear the constant quiet drips seem to grow quiet. The darkness seems to stretch on forever. Even being able to magnify the light reflected from the bioluminescence liquid that is eking through and leaking through the stones all around you, the brickwork and the groundwork, the broken places and spaces. There is still a point where your vision reaches its limit of being able to pierce into the darkness before you. It's not an uncommon thing. Charlie, having had experience, is quite accustomed to such. There's a point where the visibility is just simply too low. But everything going quiet, the room sounds of the space changing, is another matter entirely. It takes them a second or three to quite rationalize how that's possible. How is it that the world is being dampened around her? Well, nothing is impossible. That very much isn't possible. That doesn't happen naturally. That doesn't happen unless... And what does Charlie believe that unless might be?
Unless she's about to be ambushed. So the hammer comes back on the gun and it comes out of the holster. She finds a wall to press herself against. She keeps trying to make her way out.
Several acorns could fit in the palm of your hand, but if properly germinated, an acorn can grow oak trees. Which are taller than most people's idea of tall, which are wider and have more diameter than most people would ever truly ascribe to a tree. And in the dark of this night, the sound of whispering voices as people are communicating. No, not people. There is a chittering and a growling and but it's conversational. And it's not in any animal dialect that Charlie easily recognizes. There's bits of chipmunk thrown in. There's a little squirrel. There's the fucking Corvid master language, which is in and of itself a polyglot of English, Spanish, German, Greek, and several other human languages mixed in. It's the avian version of Esperanto, and it's one of the languages that most birds understand, even if they don't speak it fluently, because corvids are fucking assholes. And then there's some rats and a wounded dog. You know that dialect. That's a Roddy Doberman, slightly German-esque dog dialect, accent thrown in there. There's no, was that Weimaraner? No, it's something German, Slavic thrown in there, one of those breeds. But you're sure that it's communication. You're sure that it's something out there in the dark, whispering and communicating with itself. Just can't quite piece the language together.
She's definitely freaking out a little. If she could see well enough, she would probably be sprinting at this point.
Charlie's voice mixing with the darkness makes this a beautiful moment that you are sure you'll never have again. It is all that you can do to keep the tinged tears from welling up as it just washes over you. The light is absolutely, tragically non-existent, yet you are sure of what you found. Many people, ascribe fool's gold to things that seem valuable but that are not, without the very real understanding that Max has in regards to finances and art. Art is what you make it, just like money. There's the faith of those involved to pull one over on the masses. It's just like being an actual wine sommelier. It is all guesswork and your personal perception that changes, which is extraordinarily nutty. A lovely bit of clarity. You can barely grasp the tannins. It has a full mouth, a lovely body. It's got legs. It's a bunch of gobbledygook. You find one thing more attractive or appealing than the other, and you convince others that it has merit, just like finances. You find one thing more valuable than the other, and it's usually something that you have an abundance of, and you tell others that approximate value. My particular shiny rocks are equal to 3 of your sheep. You have the finest sheep in the land, so 3 of your sheep are equal to 6 of his sheep. And you trade your faith and your belief for materials that actually have inherent value. The same way with art. The argument that goes back to the very idea of art as a whole, and museums to witness it. Is it art because it's a museum, or... any arguments go on and on. And that's what you feel in this moment, Max. That's what you understand in this moment. As Max tried to hear what Charlie tossed off in the dark, somewhere out there, not seeing this beauty for what it is.
I try to Max pulls himself away just a little bit from the beauty of the actual home to try to hear what she's saying, more like not like changing his field of view, but more or less just trying to hustle enough conscious thought away from it so he can kind of understand what it is that Charlie's saying.
So you try to turn down the radio to see where in the world you actually are. Just not completely off, but just down a little bit to better see the street side, to better see the world outside your direct view. So would you be so kind as go ahead and roll your resolve and composure minus your bane. And you want to get as high as you can.
Okay. You said resolve and composure minus pain, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
multitasking is a fallacy. Most people aren't able to do two things at once because most persons 50% is never enough to get across any real success. However, in your case, and in many kindred's case, but specifically in your case, in this moment, 50% of your attention is more than enough to pick up on the details, the vibrations, and the very feeling of Max's call. Muffled though it is through the stonework, dampened though it is by distance, Max immediately puts one and one together to get the illustrious two that he's heard so much about. And why is Charlie leaving you all?
Charlie, what's going on?
She even still within earshot at this point.
No, she wouldn't be. But the call has been made, so it's echoing off the lovely stone all about him. While in the gymnasium, the afflatorium, it is a state-of-the-art facility designed to invigorate the common man. And even you ladies can work out too. We've got places to hang your skirts so that you might operate in the best leotards provided by you, made of full synthetic cotton. In the facility, there's a quietude for having found the perfect place for the perfect thing. Muffled noises outside being what they are. You know, the only beings in existence that are close enough to make such noises. But all the same, what is it that Amalia gets up to hearing the voices being exchanged, the calls back and forth?
Oh, she will sigh briefly. So fascinating, though. She's going to venture a little further in until the echoing gets a little too annoying, too pressing to ignore.
And she has her lantern on, correct? Her mag light.
She does.
So she's able to take in the colors. The tans that adorn the floor and a good portion of the wall. The racing stripes that run along roughly at hip level and then again at neck, shoulder level. The lightly thin lines just beneath those, because the lines at the hip and neck level, the bright reds, which have faded with time, are about 6 inches in width. The black lines on the inside of them are about 2 inches in width. And between them is a nice bright white stripe which goes along the entirety of the stripe along one wall and entirely the stripe of the other. There's a lovely pattern in the center of the floor you can't quite make out the fullness of because of dust and time, but it is clear that someone lovingly placed a seal in the center of the floor. And even though it's been faded with time and neglect, you see a sign painted onto the wall above carved lettering that denotes pool. And it's all fine and good, save locker rooms are on either side of the door, clearly at an angle from where you're looking at that sign that says pool. And while you don't smell chlorine, and while there's nothing really untoward about the space, that is until you hear a splash. And by a splash, I mean several. You can hear either a very lovely breaststroke in the offing, or something is racing across whatever water that is behind those doors.
yes, that is the signal to get the fuck out. And she will do so.
As you call for Charlie, as you turn to leave the area, we shift our focus to Charlie, who's standing there back against the overly moist stone wall behind them, far enough into the dark that it's just them and the chittering, clicking sounds of whatever else is out there in the dark. The only warmth there is the knowledge that if she pulls that trigger, she'll have several moments of light to see whatever that might be out there in the dark. And it's not a paranoid delusion that she hears the clicking, growling, cawing, pidgin Latin of corvid speech growing closer. And like some poorly budgeted movie, you can hear also the between the clicks and the growls and the chirps and the occasional call thrown in for emphasis.
She will, I don't know, she appears to not be finding her way out. It's too dark for her to run. She will, being one of the survivors, she will try to make her way back to the others. Because there's always someone to shove in front of you.
Yes, you don't have to be faster than the bear, because most people are never faster than the bear. You merely have to be faster than the person next to you. And that sound logical thought. Would you be so kind as to roll your let's not make it solely physical, because it's not just that. It's not just your ability. The ability is there. You don't have the same muscle fatigue as the living. It's not just the ability. It is your composure of knowing when to pause, to stop moving, to not give in to that initial jolt of paranoid fright that would have you flying in the face of whatever that is out there, to draw attention to yourself, do the noises raised. That being the case, would you be so kind as to roll your composure and stealth? To not give your positioning away, to not make too much noise, to not slide your jacket across the stone, causing a rough rubbing of fabric that's just loud enough to pinpoint where you might be, to not scuff at your shoe as you move, to not do the cartoony hunched shoulder, hands in, tiptoe that causes that annoying piano key to be struck every time you place a foot down. Like a thief in the night, you disappear from where you were, leaving nothing but the imagined memory of your presence to be found. Holding true to your core edict of survive at any and all costs. You don't give up the fight. You don't give in to the panic. You don't give in to the fear. You manage to hang on and hold on long enough to maneuver back towards whence you came, back towards where you and Max were left as Amalia went forward into the dark, back where there should be more of your number than whatever it is out there clicking and growling and cawing amongst itself. And splash and splash and splash and splash and splash as Amalia vacates the facility, moving back into the space where she left Max and Charlie. And not hearing a response, Max, not hearing a answer, seconds turning into near minutes, what is it that you do?
Max is going to scan the area in a 360 degree, minus the house obviously. Scan the area trying to see if he can find either Amalia or he can find Charlie. Hopefully, so that he can find out, because he has no way to figure out how to get out here. This is millions of square miles. He'll never find his way out.
Millions of square feet, but yes, it is surprisingly large. It is a facility designed to keep a portion of the population alive through a nuclear winter. It is a facility designed to be all but impregnable from the outside for the act of full-out force. And as far as you're aware, no one knows that it's here. Everyone knows that the market there beneath the Taco Bell is there, but no one knows that this space is actually here. The real question plaguing him is he's not sure he can survive torpor long enough to be found and brought back into existence. And then by that time, most assuredly, taste and art would have changed. Hell, taste and dress. The currency may have not even remained the same if he was shunted into torpor from starvation. What a lovely way to go.
Yeah, that's terrible. Can't let that happen. I don't know where anyone went, so any direction is a good direction. I try to go straight to try to find something.
No, that goes against every trophy toreador nonsense of you attempting to go straight.
I had to try something once, you know. I tried this once just to see.
So, in overarching idea, what happens at this point is Max is leaving the perfect home for someone with an idea towards finery for finery's sake, the idea of art in excess. Charlie is slinking back towards that central meeting chamber where Amalia left her and Max. And Amalia is beating feet, covering a quick, vast amount of distance from the found afflatorium back to the meeting space. If this was any other genre, there would be a slapstick of bumbling and bumping into one another and falling prone, and maybe a few laughs, maybe a clinking of heads, or a little angry stooge-esque poking of the eye. But this is not any other genre. This, my dear friends, is a tale of us exploring the dark. So normally, it'd be easy. Normally, it'd be a matter of cause to find yourselves face to face or having met cute with a bump or brush. But no. As Max is attempting to utilize any stuff, it is clear that Amalia is not. So hearing a rush of coming in soft hiking boots is a difficult echoed sound to quite approximate this late and this dark and this in the middle of all of this mess.
No, Max is not trying to use any stealth because he doesn't know how. So, no.
Well, you can always learn through practice, but that's good. Good. So, Charlie, they got you surrounded. Those other clicks and snarls behind you are literally much like a wolf pack, much like a coyote pack, using solely to drive you forward into their waiting arms, and they're rushing towards you as you're slinking away from them. They clearly had you pinned. They clearly had you circled. They clearly were taking you out because you were clearly the strongest or most dangerous of the gathered that they watch enter into this space. The question is, are you going to go out like that? Are you going to let them lead you into a circle of death? What are you preparing to do?
She, at this point, if she can't find anybody else, probably going to sit down and cry. Because compulsions are fun like that. Cradling her gun like some sort of deadly teddy bear.
They are out to get you, Charlie. They're coming to get you, Charlie.
They are. They led me down here to die. Damn it, Amalia.
It's cool. This is an amazing space. You really have to go explore it with me sometime.
Never again.
This isn't really exploring. I already been here. This isn't anything new. There's other places now. Other places that haven't been touched yet.
Yes, and we have never been touched yet. As the quickest and technically closest, Max, would you be so kind as to roll your wits and either insight or awareness? Unless, of course, you have heightened senses.
I actually do have heightened senses.
Oh, lovely. So the rush of boots that you've earmarked as Amalia, coming from your left down one of those corridors over there, or the quiet sobbing of Charlie, coming from a little, roughly 45 degrees from where you're currently moving.
Probably the quiet sobbing. That would be that would be Max's direction, is the quiet sobbing.
The beauty about kindred tears, just like all of their bodily fluids, it's an approximation of those various human humors. So it's not excessively salty. The tears that stain her cheeks wouldn't give it away from that. It would, her presence there in the dark, coming from somewhere low and just there. So moving in that direction is a little easier and a little more difficult, because at least with humans, they cry and it makes the area around them smell like someone spilled salt. They cry and their mucus and fatty cells begins to pervade their skin, so mix and mingling with their sweat. It's oftentimes that when crying, people begin to sweat from their head, from their pits. Sometimes they even have that flop sweat all about the bottom of their back. The kindred are not so. Their tears are sweet and melon-like. So it has a hint of something to it. The vitae has its own scent that mingles with the approximation of the tears. So finding Amalia very much is an exercise in working in close concert with your beast. Because while it's not blood, oh, but vitae can be delicious. Vitae is delicious. Vitae is as close to blood as you can ever get and be so much more than it. So following your nose, following your heightened sense of sound, following the need and want of the beast. Because underneath it all, there is that still heady lust for, oh, you know, it's gonna give it away. You might as well have a sip for yourself.
I'm gonna try to briefly ignore the beast because it definitely is time to maybe call some contacts when I get to a safe environment. And toss her a handkerchief. She can wipe herself out. Just wipe herself out.
You can toss a handkerchief to someone sitting in the dark crying who may not see it. Just to be sure before we move forward.
Well, the sound and her sitting there, if I can hit like her knee or face or something, that'd be sufficient.
Okay.
And no, clean yourself up. You might be evil, but not that evil. But just to kind of throw it just so that it's mentally, and it's silky anyway, it's not gonna hurt.
You hope.
Probably. More than likely.
Well, it won't hurt physically, but it definitely will hurt emotionally. Because while you may not intend for it to be disgusting, clean yourself. Sight unseen, sound unsung, it's just a cloth bit of foppery falling over her from the dark. Speaking of the dark, Ammonia, that's not supposed to be there. That's not supposed to be there behind you. There's not supposed to be water. After all this time, there hasn't barely been much water that you've actually found. Not that you've explored that building, but there was no reason to. It's just a bunk. It's just a ranch-style home. Who that? Whatever. Do you have heightened senses?
Do not.
Alright, that being the case, would you be so kind as to roll either your wits plus insight, wits plus awareness, or, because of your practice with navigating these spaces, wits plus survival. Your DC to not, well, run through them, trample them, maybe, full on hit stick tackle max, is DC 2.
I mean, what if I just want to tackle Max and get him dirty?
There is that. There's that.
There's definitely that. I can't argue with that. There's that.
I mean, he's got to learn sometime, right?
It's not grass, but you can have him touch the dirt too. It works. Fleeing at a decent clip, you round one corner, then the next, entering through the space where you left them, finding them not there, and you keep on moving. As you round the next corner, then take a soft 45-degree turn. There they are. Do you have your lamp on, your mag lamp?
I do.
So as you round the corner at a good clip, your light flashes up and past them as Max tosses a silk parachute towards Charlie, who's sitting, their gun cradled like a teddy bear, rocking, softly sobbing. Just as the flickering light from the mag light in Amalia's hand explodes across the area, Charlie, rocking back and forth, sees Mag standing there tossing something white towards her. Something white, of course, being a silken handkerchief, but in the dark, it would have landed like a couple of 100 times larger butterfly out of nowhere. So while there's not that immediate instinctual potential response, there's the fact that there's lights out of nowhere, they're still clicking, and those things, whatever they are, whoever they are, back there. And now Amalia and Max are just suddenly here. What's going on with Charlie?
Not sure. Got people running in the room. There's light suddenly. Someone's throwing a handkerchief at me. She will, I guess, try to wipe at her eyes with her hands and pretend like, no, I'm not having a breakdown. I'm fine. Fortunately, the light came in, so she's not shooting anything.
Oh my God, get him off me!
Yeah, it's alright.
Would
I've
be
got
unfortunate.
I can get.
You're having a breakdown and are hit in the face by something in the dark. Yeah, I think I'm shooting them.
That comes to us all. We must be willing to embrace it as a friend.
Because then you don't have to pay back student loans.
No, what your kids do.
That is true.
Depending on how they're worded, your kids do. So, you all are together again for the first time. Max having heightened senses as Amalia draws close. You know that she's coming. As Amalia is drawing close, and the handkerchief is near equidistance between you all before the light washes over you. You hear the clicking, growling, cawing out there in the night, out there in the dark, drawing closer. Not as close as the booted feet of Amalia, but close enough that it's clear that they're whatever that is, and it sounds as if at least if there's two moving in your general direction.
We might want to get the hell out of here as quickly as possible.
That's what I said.
Okay, Amalia, what's the quickest, best, safest route out of this pit of hell?
Y'all will just follow me. Also, I found a place that you can practice shooting, but we may need to drain a swimming pool first.
Oh, hell no. I ain't coming back down here.
Do you know how many diseases and bacteria will be in that water, considering how long it's been here?
Do you look like, or do you think we can catch a disease? We're dead. Plus,
Don't worry more about the
shouldn't
clicky
be
growly
here.
thing that's coming.
and she's just jogging along, not like in a super rush, low enough for them to keep up. Maybe not Max.
Right,
Probably not Max, actually.
right towards the clicky, growly, cawy conversation taking place.
Are you sure it's the way out? We're going right towards them.
The only way out that I know of.
This is your fault, you know. You did this.
It's so much fun. It wouldn't be fun without danger.
Well, we can't play a blame game right now. We gotta get out of here. But, Amalia, it is your fault. But we can't play the blame game right now, though.
Charlie bites her lip to keep from shooting Amalia in the leg.
Slow down, will you?
He's just jogging. It's not that fast. It's not your fault you wore the wrong shoes.
Oh, I'm sure Charlie can outrun you.
There is something horribly horrific about the idea of what Amalia is in this moment. Pale, cherubic, and pixie-ish, bounding from foot to foot ahead of you in the dark. Not the knee-to-chest big run that others utilize when, preparing for track and field. No, it's the comfortable, easy, bouncing pace of someone accustomed to running through, over, around things in the dark. It's the sort of thing that would make larger people envious. How light she is. But then, as kindred, Malia's paleness shouldn't trigger, but it does. Amalia is the sort of kindred that many Halloween stories are written about. Happy in the dark, accepting of all of that death that awaits around every corner, happily diving into all of that oblivion. Their light, easily phrased smile and their openness camouflage for that darkness that they are so at home in. And as she leads you towards the sounds of communication, as she takes you right to the heart of all of that danger, is there anything before the fat leaves the frying pan and falls directly into the fire? Is there anything else that anyone else might offer? Is there anything you all might do? Because you're close enough to those things now where it doesn't require heightened senses to hear.
We absolutely sure we're gonna do this.
I don't think we all got any choice. Either stay down there and let them get us, or come up here and fight them.
Malia is just going to glance back over her shoulder quickly and give him a little smile like this is the best day of her life.
I hate you so much.
She'll wink.
We can't be friends no more.
Time is upon us. And as you all round the next corner, as you come face to face with a little old man, stooped with age, his beard long enough to reach from his chin to just below his sternum. It's straggly and reedy, the sort of thing that is clearly attached to a corpse, and all but verifies that old wives' tale about the hair and fingernails never stopping growing upon death, because the rest of the hair that sticks to his head and starts and stops is long and wispy, and seemingly devoid of gravity's pull. It stands as if he stuck his finger inside of an electric socket, which normally wouldn't be possible. However, the fingernails on his hands, broken and cracked, some split down the middle, are in fact long enough to be a very real danger of doing just that, sticking his finger into an electricity socket. The clothes are, well, barely clothes. You can see his emaciated, nearly skeletal form, pockmarched and bleachy in this light. And then, most depressingly to the soul, most annoyingly to you all sense of self, when young adults die, or at least when they did, there are often pictures taken, but not just young adults, but just young people in general. It was always filled with, as a shame. And a newly, freshly turned adult, though you are not entirely sure about that, stands next to the old man. Their funeral garb, clearly, lovingly applied. The dark blue suit, bright white collared shirt, the bow tie tied so crisply that it would cut off circulation, and then the short pants that meet his knees. His hair, still after all these years, slicked back, even though the skin on the dead face in front of you has sunken in and drooped. His eyes glazed over, accustomed to the dark. His fingernails equally ragged, though not as long. And the Buster Brown shoes, dark brown leather polished to a shine. The socks grayed with age. And they're crouched, moving forward in the dark, having a lovely conversation with one another, plotting where you all clearly were. And when you bound the corner, instead of responding in fear or shock, the old man moves in front of the younger child, looking Kindred, who, instead of standing still and staying behind the older-looking skeleton, leaps to the ceiling above your head, a solid 25-foot leap up, and begins scrabbling towards you as the old man begins moving forward, pacing, sizing the three of you up, deciding which of the three is first. Adding injury to that insult, the sloshing and splashing that Amalia heard wasn't simply rats taking a swim. It has been stalking you since it has been closing the distance. And as the younger looking Kindred scrabbling across the top of the ceiling, and the older monstrous looking Kindred is rushing forward, sizing you all up, they begin chittering and clacking and calling, only to have its wet gurgling response from behind you.
Charlie literally says, "Oh, fuck that," and takes a kind of quick step into the room and shoots that kid on the ceiling.
Of course she does.
As it is an action taken towards to...
Well, Max, I hardly knew you.
As it is an action that is designed toward establishing an escape, you will not be subject to the -2 for your paranoia. You have your full dice pool to make it happen. Seeing the scene ahead of you and hearing the response from behind you, what is it that you do, Amalia?
She is going to stop and not quite crouch, sort of, I guess, take almost like a running position, like at a track meet,
Okay. And Max?
Well, as much as this is not Max's forte, he puts on the nicest smile that he has and says, "Hello? We didn't know that you lived here." Hopefully right before Charlie shoots him in the head.
Let's find out, shall we? Come with me. Welcome to my crib. When Charlie makes their shooting from the hip dexterity firearms roll, would you be so kind as to go ahead and roll your charisma, and how are you attempting to reach through to them? Are you attempting to beguile them? Are you attempting to woo them? How are you attempting to make that connection? Are you trying to command respect or demand respect? Are you trying to make a connection or cause a pause in action?
Pause in action and cause a pause in action mostly.
Okay.
And yeah, trying to use not sexual wiles, even though that's what his specialty is, but more of that nice, bright, shiny when you meet somebody for the first time sort of response.
Okay. Would you be so kind as go ahead and roll your charisma and persuasion? And while that roll is happening, is there a end goal to Amalia's crouch? Is there this is in preparation to?
It is mostly in preparation to sprint through, either as a distraction or to get the frick away from whatever's behind us.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. We will roll your wits and awareness because you're keeping your options open to just make your next decision. But let's see, are you aware as to how close the sucking, wet, gurgling response is to you? Which, if you score successful enough, you will not be privy to any potential stealth attacks from that waterlogged corpse. Max, did you want to, click that little dot and re-roll your willpower? Or it's not worth the willpower, it's not worth the extra effort?
It's not worth.
So, in order of operations, because of the fog of battle and the chaos of fear, in all cases such as this, things seem to happen at the exact same time. The preparation of attack and the skittering across the ceiling, the explosive sound of Charlie's firearm in this stone space, the sound reverberating and echoing off of each surface, seemingly multiplying. Unknowingly so for those with heightened senses. Unknowingly so for those who have decided to pierce the veil. Unknowingly so for those not accustomed to such noises. It is just in fact annoyingly enough that as the younger child-looking Kindred is skittering across the ceiling and preparing to leap, there's not much left for it to leap. Half of its face disappears in a puff of fiery smoke. The brightest light that you've all actually beheld because it was unexpected in the last few moments, the last few whiles. The sound of a firearm, even on a shooting range with headphones, is enough to cause pain, to cause the inner ear to regret ever being in existence. Without ear protections and in the enclosed stone space with its sound reverberating off of each wall instead of being dampened, feels as if you all just got punched in the ears repeatedly by Michael Jai White. Feels as if in instructing Kimbo Slice, he decided to use you all as crash test dummies for his fist. And you're only thankful that it was his fist instead of a full-fledged roundhouse kick. It's annoyingly enough that as Max steps forward, bright smile shiny, he immediately starts trying to cover his ears as he's trying to extend an offer of, hey, we're just, fuck. And the old kindred starts keening as it watches the other kindred hit the ground right in front of Max. At the exact same time as all of that is happening, Molia turns to make sure that what she heard is accurate. And it in fact is. The reason why bodies are found when tossed into large bodies of water is that the body gets waterlogged and the gases build, causing the body to raise and bob along the surface. Keep that idea in your mind. A body swollen by death gases as its organs failed and turned into nothingness. Waterlogged, the skin bloated and filled and oversaturated. And that's what's standing behind you in clothes that look as if they have been painted on because the body swole just large enough. Its face, we're not going to describe his face, that would be too cruel this late in the evening. But it is a mess and a ruin. And its gurgling, clicking, and calling sounds like kids trying to make bubbles in their liquid, in their milk, thick and heavy. And its all but completely gone eyes settle on you, Molia. Now, because of the decisive call to protect, the call to act, the call to seek escape, Charlie, you are free of your delusion. It's free enough that if you would like, you can roll intelligence plus animal can to get a grip as to almost what they're saying, or had been saying.
They're probably inviting us to tea or something, and now I'm the dick.
Not tea.
Right.
Probably, but you know, whatever.
If it's any consolation, it was not tea.
Coffee?
There are some things that just are sad no matter which way you slice them. One of them is the idea and presence of loneliness. It is just a sad thing. As often as we are affected by it, it is immediately a source of complete anti-oxytocin. It's a source of complete anti-dopamine. It is a lodestone and a weight on us that drags us out of whatever happiness may have had us floating, that 2 millimeters off the ground, because things haven't gone completely wrong. But loneliness will crush, will compound, it will magnify gravity to the point where, well, is it ever any worth to do anything? That's the weight of loneliness. And it's something that you don't really think about when it comes to animals, but that they feel just as succinctly. Something that you don't consider with the mindless, near white light state of these kindred, but they experience it too. And while their language that they're using is a polyglot of things, there's nothing like sharing a meal with a friend to make everything all the better. Say for in the case of you three, where the goal was for you all to be the meal that was going to be shared. Say for the wet water log thing, who is claiming dominion over this space and that they are trespassing. The old man, is the older kindred, is still heartbroken that his sire now lies mostly destroyed and is trying to scrabble him away and giving up the ghost, begging off, swearing revenge as he begs off. And the thing behind you begins laughing in that waterlogged state, the lungs filled with nothing but liquid, and so it's sounds as if you're shaking a bag of fish on the way home from a carnival.
If Charlie is aware it is there, she will spin and shoot at it too. Trying to relay to the rest of them that they're trying to eat them, but I mean, who can hear shit at this point?
As it's shortening and all, but selling his victory WWE style, would you go ahead and make your shot from the hip as you all are muscling through the pain of immediate early onset tinnitus in your ears? Is there anything else that you all are doing as Charlie attempts to place the entirety of a slug through this thing's center mass of its soul?
Is the Dex I rouse, that's one roll or the scene?
The scene.
So, the old man is trying to carry the boy.
Is dragging its sire away, yes. It's pulling it back from closer to you all. It's still clicking and calling, growling in response, but it's directing its diatribe towards the waterlogged thing that sits there at your back. Four and 5 is 9. That is significantly too much. And as you all are paused with grief and understanding just how fragile hearing is and how much is actually needed for equilibrium even amongst the dead, just as your ears are finally stop ringing, it happens again. The world explodes in pain. Your ears, its victim. And the waterlogged mass of dead flesh falls back on its back, splashing like a water balloon, underfilled, so it just sloshes and springs and bounces. It doesn't quite burst open.
Which is good because I would never get that substance out of my clothing.
With the beast that close to the surface now, if no one else is taking an action, Charlie's going to pounce on that waterlogged thing and beat it in the face repeatedly with the butt of the revolver.
I'm gonna move towards the direction that Amali was kind of ushering us through because I can't really do a whole lot at this time. But I keep an eye on the old man. If he moves towards Charlie, I'm gonna jump him.
It's scrabbling back away from you all. And Amalia
is going to stand, and she is going to stalk after the old man. Sort of attempting to reinforce that this is their domain now, with her not so intimidating presence.
Okay. There are several ways to drive home the sense of ownership. One of the most classic is an extreme act of violence. This applies whether you're exerting your dominance over your domain against animals like birds, throwing stones, yelling, waving your arms, or with people by stealing their newspaper every morning, borrowing their water hose without returning it, or just yelling at them aggressively as they drive by. Hey, neighbor! Whatever it takes to make sure that the message is succinctly delivered, that this territory is yours. And as Amalia stalks into the dark, behind the last remaining bits of Sabbat left in Milwaukee, Charlie assaults the corpse. Because even as a kindred, that would be the best and easiest descriptor for what moist, mucky thing is beneath the butt of her gun. Everyone knows that the truth of kindred is that upon final death, they begin to ash. But this thing doesn't begin ashing. This thing begins mudding, turning into a slick gel of non-existent life. And the accompaniment to Amalia stalking forward into the dark is the splosh, 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 whack, whack of Charlie wailing against this corpse. And with that image sitting firmly in our mind, Max sitting at the midway point between Amalia stalking forward into the dark and Charlie stalking forward into the mental dark of the full grip of her beast. I thank you all for a lovely episode, and I'll see you guys next time. It has been great. You guys have effectively established your domain. You offered a sacrifice of lives, and with any luck, messages will be had for later. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Night.
Night.
I'm never going to get this stain out of my jeans.
You are
But
done.
good night.
It's alright.